Yo, we're back. Just about by the skin of our teeth. We've had a hell of a way to kick off the week. Minor technical issue where Cap's card just failed completely, so got that sorted out. We think, we hope, fingers crossed. So we're all good. We have shifted things around a little bit because we were supposed to be doing this yesterday. I will keep this stream on Mondays, but for the sake of making sure we got underway, I wanted to put this up today. Also been putting some things in place so we can actually get a live stream channel supporting my main channel, which is not this one. This channel here is really aimed at variety gaming, whereas all my main Hellfire stuff is really focused on all things Warhammer 40k. So we're setting up a Hellfire 506 VOD channel. So that will be up and live running soon. We might even get that up and running next week. Obviously we'll be looking to grow that as well, but that will align a lot better with the Warhammer content on my main channel. And then again, free up the Pathfinders to just focus on anything and everything else. So that being said, I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do this right now. We've basically got this one stream, and then we might start this again over on the VOD channel. So maybe we'll start a new game. I haven't played a CRPG ever, I don't think. It's been ages since I played a tabletop RPG. And this is very different to the other RPGs that we play, which are more action and top-down and all that kind of stuff. But it is all things Warhammer, and I am so addicted to it right now, you wouldn't believe. I did play for a little bit when this first arrived on Game Pass, I think earlier this year, I think. And then didn't do too much with it. I can't really remember why. I'm guessing we just got busy with other stuff. Definitely didn't stream it. Anyway, we're gonna go straight from scratch. This series will run for as long as it takes. So it's just gonna be super chill. We're not trying to speed up anything or force anything. I want to get familiarized with the way Owlcat Games work in particular, because they've got Dark Heresy coming up, which is focused on the Inquisition for Warhammer 40k, and then they're also doing a game called what's the full title? It's based on The Expanse, which is a sci-fi series of books, and also a very good show on Amazon mainly now. Which also looks excellent. So we're going to be diving into that. So Dark Heresy will obviously be on the Hellfire channel. Expanse will stay over on this. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Let's dive in, shall we? I've got the DLCs for this. Void Shadows on, Lex Imperialis on. Now, if I remember correctly about the history of Games Workshop, Rogue Trader is the very first Warhammer game they ever did. But by all accounts, this is an excellent sort of exploration of the universe and like a real deep dive into all things Warhammer 40k. So we've been building up to this for a good while now. Main story. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the sign of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate, and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of Von Valancius as it faces multiple threats. From within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of this shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the Von Valancius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Corona's expanse. We have got both the DLCs as well. So we just put those on. The game got a massive update, like literally just a week or two ago, with a whole bunch of quality of life changes and other improvements. We've got no frame reference, but hopefully that means we'll be just getting a more solid experience overall. Difficulty wise, we're going to stay on story, just whilst I get familiar with how everything works. Probably look to bump that up for a future playthrough, or as and when we get to Dark Heresy. Let's go. Pre-generated character, Hecata, Darius, Bahadur, Imperial World, military, feat of greatness. He's a soldier archetype, operative archetype, Death World, Apex of Brilliance, Crime Lord, Shadow of Torment, Surefire Plan, Warrior. Let me just look at custom character. That's RBTs for definite. Commissar, I think that is. See if any of these speak to me. They look freaking cool. I don't remember seeing any of these when I looked a while back. Some Psychers. VTs again. Kind of liking the look of that one. All right. Ooh. So the plan for this week is pretty hectic. We have incurred some additional expenses we weren't expecting as of yesterday. Hopefully getting that sorted out somehow or another. What? How do you... Just looking through the faces here. Don't know how I can justify that portrait, but anyway. So body one. We'll go with that one. Is there anything? It's not a million miles from my hairstyle IRL. We were getting ready to stream yesterday, and basically the capture card did not want to play ball at all, and it was quite hard doing anything to get it fixed. We sort of worked out there was either an issue with the USB drivers and or the GPU drivers and or firmware updates for the capture card itself. We have got a different capture card in there at the moment. Hopefully get the other one fixed. See how we go. Alright, stick with this one. And it's the character building is really in depth. I love it. We'll see how we go. Let's just stick with that. Yeah. Next. Facial hair. Some Wolverine chops there. Go for. I'll go for the biggest, bushiest beard I can find because I'm envious. It's a good halfway house. Tattoos. She's 5 tattoos. Yeah, I guess we're... I don't remember there being this many options before. Let's do that on the right arm. Do you know nothing is clear cut? Oh wait, okay, I got you. Okay, so switch set, right? Okay. Now on set 3. Okay. Wait a minute. We'll do that one. feel like this feels enough. Choose the tattoo color as well. God, you can spend ages customizing. Okay, next. The secondary, sort of more unfortunate result of everything with the couch cards cocking up royally is that we're not entirely sure as and when we might be looking at the Dark Tide update for the Hive Scum DLC, because we were looking at getting that in this week, but just waiting to see when it would actually go live. I will check the pre-order, so it might be that tomorrow's Battlefield stream gets pushed back a little bit. We'll see how we go. Do a port in the back of the head, shall we? Where are those? Nice.
New challenge for me. I'll bring glory to my bloodline. I'll see you terminated.
I'll mention this triumph in my memoirs.
The Emperor gave me a vision. Heresy grows from idleness. Look upon the Emperor's faithful and tremble.
I am but a harbinger of the destruction.
Right.
Happen. I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Oh.
I will delight my masters with your demise.
What curiosity unveils itself before me?
Fire at will! Done and done. My supremacy is proven once again.
This could be an opportunity.
Try pragmatic male. Right, hang on. So this is the part where I was sort of more interested about the character creation, because it's not like your choices right from the get-go have an influence on how the game pans out. Nobody's experience of this game will be the same. That much I do know. On Death Worlds, plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life. Hang on. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death Worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. So you get strength, toughness, agility, and you lose intelligence and fellowship. The following features will be available after Origin Advancement. Brutal Hunter. Once per combat, when the wounds of a Deathwell character drop below 30%, they gain plus 20% of the maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Deathwell characters also gain a plus 20% bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source. Wounds are like health, if I remember rightly. Melee, what strength is melee weapons? Toughness defines how easy a character can shrug off pain. Okay. Agility measures the character's quickness, reflexes, and poise. High agility allows the character to manipulate delicate explosives with finesse, keep their footing across the treacherous terrain. Character uses a melee weapon, their dodge reduction is equal to half of their agility skill. It also affects the demolition skill. Intelligence. Trusty weapons. Once per combat, when a Deathwell character suffers a stun, blind, or immobilized effect, this effect is ignored and they instead gain plus 26. Okay. The Voidborn are humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Okay. Willpower, intelligence, strength. Like Deathwell's looking pretty good at the moment. The Voidborn looks interesting. Let's see. Hive World. World's populations lay dense to the great swathes of the surface of the world, frequently covered in gargantuan cities bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. Produce munitions for the Emperor's armies and vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Following features will be available after Origin Advancement. Camaraderie, outnumber, weapon personalization, helping hand, press start. Helping hand. I'm going to read all of these out. I'm just going to try and get a feel for it. I'm still leaning Deathworld at the moment. Forge worlds are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Forge for a purpose. Forge world characters choose one augmentation system from the following list. Replayability on this game must be huge. Imperial world is one of a million planets united by the belief in the immortal God Emperor. So very, very loyalist. The designation Imperial world encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are nevertheless part of the Imperium. Imperial world characters can select any characteristic. Except for weapon skill, ballistic skill, now a +10 bonus. Ready to serve. Okay. Imperial world actually looks pretty good. Fortress worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium. Charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain +10 stacks of never stop shooting. Okay. Let's go with Death World for now. If we end up shifting everything over to the new channel, I should say. Might have a little look at Imperial World. Let's go with Death World for now. Astra Militarum Commander. The Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is the primary fighting force of the Imperium. First line defense. You have served as one of the commanders of an Astra Militarum regiment commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. Like, the uniform looks splendid, but the commissars... a little bit bonkers. Astra Militarum Commander looks not bad. Ministerial Priest. Navy Officer. The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that serve the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp channel. He used to be a Navy officer and a commander of a void ship, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. Toughness and perception would be off the charts at the moment, I think. A noble. Sanctioned Psyker. Mess around with warp stuff yet, I don't know. An arbitrator straight off the bat as well. Let's do Astra Militarum Commander. Let's do that. You know, choosing key moments. Through reforms and leadership, you restored the broken Imperial Guard regiment to its former material martial glory, +5 to intelligence. Law, particularly illustrious glory. You and your guardsmen defended the shrine world and received a high commendation for your feat. Let's do feat of greatness. It's our darkest hour. You lost an entire regiment to the Immaterium during a Geller field failure, yet you yourself emerged unscathed. Brand of shame. As commander-in-chief of a disastrous military campaign, you were buried in shame. -5 to coercion. Captured by heretics, you suffered unbearable tortures at the hands of humanity's enemies. Let's go with that one, I guess. Okay, warriors, combatants boasting exceptional melee prowess, capable of dealing high damage in close quarters combat and withstanding heavy amounts of damage. They also excel at drawing enemies' attention from less defended allies. Core focus, melee movement and dodge, armor and parry, taunt, soaking damage. Officers use their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capabilities of their allies, turning them into even greater threats on the battlefield. Core focus, extra turns, single target buffs, rescuing allies, momentum. That would tie into the background, I guess. Area debuffs, consistent firing position. The level of depth is just a whole another ball game. Blade dancers, swift and deadly masters of the sword, specializing in delivering flurries of rapid strikes, able to sacrifice part of their health to enhance their close combat capability. Alright. Let's go officer. Available points. Fellowship represents a character's ability to interact with other creatures. Okay. Willpower reflects character's ability to withstand horrors of the warp. Okay. Any points we got left? We'll just even him out. I reckon. Flat across the board. Patient Fortune's Sword class frigate is a classic void ship design proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions 1.6 kilometers in length, 0.3 kilometers of beam at the fins approximately. Okay. Even bigger, 2.2 kilometers in length. Falchion class frigate. Von Valancius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship's size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders, and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Coronis Expanse. Numerous Von Valancius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Von Valancius dynasty. I love it. You can edit the name. Wait, let's see. Right. Yeah. I didn't even check to see whether I could use mouse and key on this. That would help a lot. My name is Ignatius. Weapons, yeah, so flat across the board. Skills, athletics. Medicaid is 30, that's pretty low. Edit name. Be random. Cornelius. Macarius, Esteban, Zachary, Isidorus, Barnabas. Wilbur. He loved. Oh yeah, actually that one spoke to me just then. Let's bring that one back. Slightly different spelling. Someone very near and dear to me. Bloody hell. I could have spent way longer doing that as well.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Truly an awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias, at your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Highlighted words can help you better understand the world of the game, where its mechanics specified to switch words are highlighted when they first appear in text. These are in the dialog box too. Okay. Close that. Wow, that's a name and a title and a half. Lieutenant General Malachi Scipio Grimald, commander of the 8th Army of the Scantian Janissaries.
My regards, Lieutenant General. The Astra Militarum is the hammer of the God Emperor, isn't that what they say? Well, it is likely that fate will give you ample opportunity to demonstrate your talents as a commander. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the Rogue Trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor.
Been plucked out of the ether.
I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your fate.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Rogue trader Theodora von Valencius desires to personally meet with the person recently aboard a flagship. Follow Conrad. Change your point of view. Move, rotate, and resume the cameras using press arts. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, you can. There is a little bit of a.
Keep your wits about you.
Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects. Others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive object. You can interact with such objects using A. If there are multiple interactive objects next to the character, you can switch between them with left bumper and right bumper. Okay.
I always keep my options open.
Massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood. Glory to the Omnissiah, giver of knowledge. Okay, we got told off for messing with the screens. Okay, we're just going around disturbing people at the moment. It looks so good.
I always have a backup plan.
One of the von Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening?
What the hell?
Run! The servitors have gone berserk! No mercy to those who oppose von Valencius.
Been ambushed, the battle begins. To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. These hints and tutorials will familiarize you with the combat system of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Press to start the battle. Okay. That did not do a lot of damage. Holy shit. All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell within the highlighted area and press A twice to move the character there. Movement points determine how far a character can move on their turn. One movement point corresponds to one cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 movement points. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled. Okay. Do my points deduct from my attack as well? No. Action points. When used for 1 round, the estimate of tower command and their allies do not suffer damage from enemy effects. Okay, so those are the skills I've got equipped at the moment. Only be used once, okay.
Don't let your guard down. I don't need luck. I have strategy. Who if not me? I'll see to it personally.
Okay.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
What am I missing here? Oh, we can just end turn. Could have done with that not being a miss.
I won't compromise my principles. I refuse.
That's
I'll make it happen.
characters with melee weapons can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement. It can also be triggered by some abilities. All characters with melee weapons, including members of your party, can make attacks of opportunity. The chance to hit and deal damage is calculated just like a normal attack. I don't have a melee weapon.
It's as good as done.
And we missed point blank. That's unfortunate. Your character has just missed. To increase hit chance, equip your character with a decent weapon and place them on a vantage point. Abilities and talents that improve the weapon skill characteristic will help you hit more often in close combat. Okay. For improved marksmanship, learn talents that increase perception and ballistic skill characteristics. Okay.
Didn't flinch.
Close that. Close that. Hang on, bear with me 1 second. Alright. Sorry about that. Hang on, I've messed something up here.
For the glory of the Imperium!
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan. I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Remember rightly, Master Whispers are like the intelligence service. You can open the map by holding select to orient yourself. Okay. Upper decks. Trophy, exit, important character point of interest. Center camera on the rogue trader, cursor. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
The wires in the servitor's head are still smouldering. Looks like it's something to do with the motive force. Tarantula sentry gun constructed with a blessing. Get more of those in the game for Space Marine 2 soon. Okay. Open up.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
I'm here to speak with the Lord Captain.
What is this? Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations?
Yeah, I
in
figured
such
that
a
might
fashion?
upset some people.
I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it was worth it. This is the second candidate for the title of my successor. Step forward. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Interesting. Passive skill tests. Your character skills... Hang on. Your character skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed or a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skill test. The spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Alien 6 engages in Xeno worship. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Aeon 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several cycles to do so, but it will give us the answer. 10th. Okay, no. Let's go with this one. Those spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Aeon 6 engages in Xeno worship.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
What do we go with here? We're both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become anyone of our status to engage in petty feuds?
Even among his flock, not all are of a piece. I suggest you familiarize yourself with that fact before you are sorely...
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
I think this
So, why are you here?
Edelthred fellow is going to be a problem for us. Was it not you who sent for me?
You have seeded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lick-spittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with Fon Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
One of? Does this mean there are other heirs?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name Fon Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
If you're satisfied with Edelthrad, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me?
Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Coronis Expanse. Service in the Astra Militarum is a trial from which very few people emerge with their life. That you have risen through the ranks of the Imperial Guard and assumed command of an army is a testament to your astuteness, both on the battlefield and in the tangled net of officer intrigues. I assure you, the company that a rogue trader keeps will offer you plenty of chances to demonstrate both your diplomatic skills and your combat prowess. Moreover, your courage has made you far more famous than you yourself probably realize. True feats of heroism will forever live on in the annals of the Imperium and bring honor to the Fon Valancius line.
I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose.
Oh, yes. You would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader.
Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Now, enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is ancient. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
Where is your ship headed?
The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
Well then, what are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself a worthy heir.
You can start by not asking questions of this sort. I have no need for sycophants. I will draw my conclusions when an opportunity to prove yourself arises. As for when you will be granted that opportunity, only the God Emperor knows.
I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Uh-oh.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none. Your Emperor won't save you!
All combatants act in turns and their orders are determined by an initiative roll. The order of turns is displayed on the left side of the screen from bottom to top. Bottom to top, okay. The character at the very bottom goes first, then the one above them, and so on.
Don't touch me! Got a hand.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Break their morale!
Holy crap. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind a marked with a shield or a shield with a skull. When standing closer, the character will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind them increases. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from a side not protected by their current cover.
I am ready for whatever comes.
Can I shoot from behind cover? Okay.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I won't compromise my principles.
Okay, I can't use that one. Alright.
Death to non-believers! I serve the ruinous powers! Chaos guides me!
Follow my lead. I took care of this one. One fewer target. Weapon at the ready. Die!
Character receives a temporary positive effect from an ally. Such effects enhance your character's capabilities in combat in some way. Press L to activate the initiative tracker. Select the character using D-pad and press X. In the character information window that opens, select the effect and press R to learn more about it. Hang on. Source Theodore. Plus 50 ballistic skill until the end of combat. Source Theodore duration permanent. Okay. Nice.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
I don't quite know what happened to my weapon. So maybe let's go and hide behind something again. Oh, it's there, it's there, it's there, it's there, okay.
On it. Another enemy down.
Okay.
Who if not me?
Emperor, protect me. No mercy for heretics!
Right, getting there, getting there. I'm getting to grips with the way the system works.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
So, the way I understand it is that rogue traders are very highly elevated positions within the Imperium anyway. And I kind of feel like my character would have known that. So there's a few things where probably wouldn't have played out like that. But anyway, let's just get on board, shall we? What are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Find the Arch-Militant. Okay. Close.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh no, that's a bridge. The hell? Heretic's body is riddled with holes. An improvised simple shotgun lies smoking in his hand. That's the sourback.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, pull yourself together.
I don't know who that is. Just sent me that invite.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineering regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
We must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle decks. Perhaps then we might stop this wave from spreading.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
Edelthrad's a psycho?
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I'll make do. Lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle and you're consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. It just did something to us. That son of a bitch. Promised you a special destiny, Malachi. It is time to fulfill it. Betrayed. It's all kicking off straight off the bat.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Ah, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
The warrant chamber? The warrant of trade, is that? The sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy. Yeah. What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you.
Doesn't he have access?
We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber. This void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred warrant of trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
I have no intention of helping you.
I am afraid that you have no choice in the matter. Try to resist, and I will demonstrate the power that the warp holds over mortals. Come to think of it, I might even take some pleasure in doing so.
To the void with you. The blade flashes in the dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous. Your head is spinning. And then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo with each other, drowning out your own thoughts. replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Trying to fight it. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step towards the gate, looming in the center of the chamber. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Look for anything that could be used as a weapon. Let's try that. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Alright, tried everything. Hang on, let's have a look at this. One of the available dialogue options requires making a skill test. Unlike the passive skill tests, which are made automatically, you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequences of which depend on the result of the associated test. Success or failure affects how the dialogue develops depending on the context. It might change the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, and perform an action whose consequences will only become apparent later. Select the dialogue option that requires a skill test to display a tooltip detailing your chances of success. The number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Okay, once your character starts traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill will be selected for each test. Okay, there's that. Miss Stroll, how are you? It's very good to see you. Ouch, I feel specifically called out by that late to the action insult. Oh, I think, well, to be fair, I'm late to the start. Our week got a little bit messed up yesterday, as you no doubt gathered by now. Give me a bit to get settled in. The warp is a very dangerous place to have any sort of trouble, so good luck clearing that. Regarding the presence of psychers on Imperial vessels, they're more common than elsewhere in the Imperium, precisely because they're essential to navigating and communicating across both warp and real space. Yeah, the thing that surprised me was that I didn't know that Edelthrad was a psyker. Didn't get any hint of that when we were talking to him earlier, but we're still in the opening phase, as it were. It's good to see you, Miss Jar. I apologise for the missed stream yesterday. Had some technical and hardware issues, so I hope that message got through. But we're here. We're live and clicking. We're making our first run at Rogue Trader. We might be getting ready to set up an actual streaming channel for Hellfire 506 for my main channel. So I'm wondering whether or not we start this again on that at some point, or we just export this to that channel and then just go from where we are already right now. I feel like the latter might be the best way to do it. Right, we're at a crucial moment. The Kunrad Voitvir is trying to steal the warrant of trade, and I'm being forced against my will. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. Oh, what's archaeotech? This skill is affected by the intelligence characteristic. It represents the character's ability to use or repair complex mechanical items of high-tech use value, enables the character to even be able to fathom the workings of unknown technical artifacts. It can also be used to open doors, containers, and hack cogitators. That wasn't... Ah, that's what we was going for. Archaeotech, an incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. Cogitator, any type of digital computer in the Imperial realm. Okay. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With a screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voitvir wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. So the darkest hour moment that I chose was him being imprisoned and tortured by heretics. So I don't know, I've got a feeling that might make him extra sensitive to warp corruption. Find out, I guess. Let me just have a look here. Decision consequences. You were wounded by the corrupted weapon, which led to a warp entity invading your mind. Fafo. I got Fafoed. I FA'd, and now I'm FOing. Examine the Sentinel. Place your hand into the Sentinel's maw. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin, sinking into your flesh. Few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed. You are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from. Crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The Cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Who is this?
Genetic code identified. Child of House von Valancius. Do you require assistance?
You hear the voice again, and this time you realize that it is coming from the two speakers built into the Sentinel's shoulders. You hear a displeased grunt in your mind, as if the lurking entity has sensed something that is not to its liking. Yes, Sentinel. Traitors threaten my life and the safety of the warrant. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way.
Oh, holy, Kunrad Voidbear's gone full warp. Check the warrant chamber. Okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade. To be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you the warrant sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo skull goes silent, its relays clicking. Second after second passes, and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game's story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen indicating that the status of your current objective has been updated and that new information has been added to your journal. You can open the journal from quick access. Hold right trigger to select journal, then release. Journal entries help you keep track of current events and guide your character on their journey. The quest tab tracks the progress of the main story. Here you can find information about any quest you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to remind yourself about the next step of your adventure. The rumors and contract sections also contain important information. You will learn more about them later. No one must reach the warrant. A simple order to the Sentinel cogitator will lock the chamber.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Run, fools, or fall! Master, whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Conrad Voigtveer is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He is clearly serving the unholy gods of the warp.
Serving the gods of the warp? Conrad is a heretic. Oh, Voigtveer, you void rat. Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt.
Right, Ham, before we get on to that next bit. Miss Charles, no, it was fine. I would have missed much of it anyways, and I'm late today due to having to argue for basic things against the sort that are mocked by the satire. Very sorry to hear that. The fight continues. You have my backing as always. You can re-upload VODs to the stream channel. Yeah, I think that might be the best idea. Load this one up there, and then we'll shift over as soon as we can. It's like I've the account is created, the channel is there. I've barely done anything with it, but if you want to find it early, Hellfire 506 VOD, VOD, all one word. I'll do more with it over the course of this week and hopefully have it ready for next week. Where are we? Right. Voigtveer openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saints' blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster.
Sure. Archaeotech refers to artifacts of technology from humanity's golden age prior to the birth of Slaanesh. All cogitators actually have an analog abstraction layer to prevent corruption by Tzeentch. Oh, well, right, because the cogitators, like, they'd be susceptible just by the fact that they're human-ish. Never thought about that. That's good to know. Thank you for that. Very, very cool.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
He hands you a weapon. Stub revolver, sword, armored body glove, medikit. Well, hell yeah. Stub revolver, one-handed ranged weapon light, solid projectile, 15% armor penetration, rate of fire 2, range 6. Pistol shot, pistol burst. We have a pistol now. We have a sword. We have an armored body glove. Is this like a black carapace for normies? And then why can't I get down to medikit? While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Kunrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within 1 round. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a medikit without passing any skill tests. Old injuries can be healed with a medikit, but they require the character administering the treatment to pass a Medicaid skill test to succeed. Use medikits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all of their wounds, they fall unconscious. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medikit. Medikits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill, Medicaid, or have taken Medicaid skill advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a medikit in battle, a Medicaid skill test determines the number of wounds that will be restored as a result. Abelard can heal your character's injury. Hold left trigger and select Abelard's portrait. Press up and down on the D-pad, select the medikit on the panel at the bottom left of the screen, then use it on your character by pressing A. Abelard needs to be standing right next to your character for him to administer the treatment. Okay.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Your seneschal is always there for you. I am at your service.
I always keep my options open.
I can...
Look no further.
These calculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
Where are we going? Check the map. Oh, mouse doesn't work, unfortunately, which is a shame.
I have a nose for profit, and the
Throne's grace, where are you going? Until we bandage your wounds and you take up arms, I, with all due respect to the heir of Lady Theodora, will not let you out the door.
I will lead us.
What advice do you seek? I'm at your service. That's not the seneschal's job. Your seneschal is always there for you.
Why am I paused? How do I unpause?
What advice do you think? Throne's grace, where are you going? Until we bandage your wounds and you take up arms, I, with all due respect to the heir of Lady Theodora, will not let you out the door. Throne's grace, where are you going? Until we bandage your wounds and you take up arms, I, with all due respect to the heir of Lady Theodora, will not let you out the door. Throne's grace, where are you going? Until we bandage your wounds and you take up arms, I, with all due respect to the heir of Lady Theodora, will not let you out the door. Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment. Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment.
Trying to get him to move, but I've done something to the movement system here that...
I will lead us to fortune.
Hang on.
Let's not waste time with...
I'm at your service.
I know how to take risks.
No, that's not what I want. How did I get this cursor on the screen? Oh my god. Where are we? So, cogitated are computers, but all digital systems, including androids based in them, are especially vulnerable to Sync's machinations, which is why most technology throughout Warhammer 40k is analog based. Understood.
I always have a backup plan.
Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment.
I will lead us to fortune.
Your seneschal is always there for you. Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment. We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
I have a nose.
Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment. Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment. What advice do you seek? Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment. We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
I need to get him to stand next to him, but it's kind of not working.
Keep your wits.
Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment. Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment. Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment. Let's patch you up.
There we
I
go.
won't forget this.
Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment.
Yeah, just figured that out. Well, yeah, we got there in the end. It was a little bit counterintuitive.
Arm yourself. Our enemies may find us at any moment.
Right, so now... inventory.
Our enemies may find us at any moment.
It's a real shame I can't use mouse.
I will lead us to fortune. Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Maybe add to favorites for Medicaid. No sorting. Make sure you have the armor equipped too. I think I do. Yeah.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
So I think you have to actually put it in your cargo to take it with you. Oh, I didn't know I had got a picture of my portrait there. I might change this at some point. Okay, hang on.
But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Geller field has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
The navigator's sanctum. Very well. Will you lead the way?
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To all loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward.
I like Abelard. It's got good energy.
Close ranks.
Combat begins with the tactical phase, during which characters cannot attack or take other actions, but may try to take up advantageous positions. Select character by holding left trigger, moving the frame to their portrait, and then releasing left trigger. Choose the cell you want the character to move to, then press A. Red cells are areas inaccessible to the character. During the tactical phase, each character in the party may move up to their maximum movement points, but cannot position themselves adjacent to an enemy. Okay. Your new companion is a warrior. Abelard specializes in melee combat and drawing the enemy's attacks. Charge is a unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon and is not considered an attack action. Use charge to place a distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. Press Y to switch to ability selection. Then select charge, press A, and choose the direction of charging. If an enemy is in direct path of charge, Abelard will attack them and will still be able to use an attack action afterward if he has not used one this turn. Note that charge can only be used if the character is 2 or more cells away from their target. This character is using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require the character to be adjacent to the enemy to make a melee attack. Choose the strike ability and confirm your choice with A. Then choose the enemy you wish to attack and press A. Unlike single shots, melee attacks hit automatically with no need for a roll. The enemy will try to dodge and parry the attack if they're using a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can be used to make area attacks. All creatures in the area will suffer damage unless they succeed on a dodge test or a parry test if they are armed with a melee weapon. Damage dealt by melee weapons depends on the weapon's parameters and the attacker's strength score. Okay. Where are we? Miss Child, Voxcasts are conventional broadcast communications using radiation on the electromagnetic spectrum. Essentially, the Warhammer 40k equivalent of radio communications, they're quite vulnerable to interference. Turn orders on the left side of the screen if you need to check it. Yeah, copy that. You have to actually put it in your cargo to take it with you. Yeah, that's what I was going to double check on the inventory first. Unable to change equipment in combat. Okay. So currently we're Abelards. Navy officer grants a braced effect to each ally, including themselves in a 5-star radius. If this effect lasts for 1 round, the Navy officer gains +1 charge of this ability at the start of combat when their wounds drop below 50% the first time in combat. Each time an ally falls unconscious for the first time in combat. Okay. Shit. I think I just wasted my turn.
Mere pain won't stop me.
Bring ruin. Name them. Make them bleed.
Combat abilities of characters differ depending on their archetype. Available abilities are located at the bottom of the screen on the abilities panel. Read the full description in the ability, activate the abilities panel by pressing Y, select the ability, and hold R to description. Sound the icon to use the ability. Okay.
I'll see to it. Your end was inevitable.
Nice. This should work now. Oh, no.
It's as good as done.
Death to the weak. Ah! Out of my way. Oh, my ears ringing.
Need Abelard to put some hurt down on this one. Did he just kill one of his own? What the hell? Okay. The warrior moves in a straight line and launches a melee attack against any target in the warrior's path. This does not count towards the limit of the warrior's attacks per turn. There must be at least 2 free cells between the warrior and the target to use charge. Oh. Well, damn.
Indeed.
I'll see to it. You never stood a chance.
Just a minor setback.
Wait, hang on. I'm trying to do this right.
At your beck and call.
Right, there we go. So I figured out that one. Kind of wasted a trick there with Abelard because I could have used that attack earlier rather than.
It will be done.
Chaos guides me.
The order in which actions are taken in combat matters. Your character can only move around the battlefield before they take an attack action. Once a character attacks, they lose their remaining movement points, unable to move until the start of their next turn. There is a way around this, however, if, for example, the character has some way of gaining movement points after attacking.
On it. I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable.
Okay.
Death to non-believers.
I've really been relying on the dodge here.
Someone else can do this.
It has to be 2 slots away. Okay. So in which case, no suitable path. 4 movement points. That. This.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
You can advance the level of your character and their companions, prevailing in battles, exploring the Coronis Expanse, and completing quests earns you experience points. Once you've accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Hold right trigger, select the level up icon, then release right trigger to open the level up screen. Pardon me. Each level gained offers your character's new progression options, which include new abilities, talent, skill improvements, and other enhancements. Your companions gain new levels at the same time as your character, even if they're not included in the active party during your journeys. You can always increase their level later. Okay. Where are we? Mistral. Servitors are relied on heavily by the Imperium for critical tasks because the human brain without decision-making frontal lobes used for cogitation is highly resistant to interference not in person. Striking each other down heedlessly sounds about on par for those fallen to chaos. Yep. Quick gear notes. The sword's just a plain sword. The stubber revolver is essentially Smith & Wesson 500 Magnum. The body glove is a one-piece type of carapace armor, which is a tier up from the guard standard flak. Okay. Didn't occur to me that anyone else would have that sort of carapace armor. But obviously they do. Right.
We are the spearhead.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
I'm at your service.
I know how to take risks.
So here's my main character. One rank's available. Let's do persuasion, shall we? And now, Abelard's
is always there for you.
Imperial World. Rank up warrior. Carews. Characteristic bonus toughness. Origin advancement. Navy officer. This skill is affected by the toughness characteristic. Represents the ability to resist negative effects applied by some poison stimulated alcohol, may give access to new dialogue options. Let's do this one.
I am at your service.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
We can loot.
Rise to the top or get left in the
Here'd be
dust.
goodies. Defeated enemies have no further need for their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Approach a defeated enemy and press A to inspect what is left of them. Trophies on the right side of the trophy window go to your inventory. Such items can be used to equip your characters. Trophies on the left are packed up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can later be used to trade with various factions. You can move trophies manually from one side of the window to the other. To do this, select the trophy and press A. Alternatively, you can mass transfer all trophies to the cargo or inventory. Press OK. Section of the trophy window, vice versa. Hold X to transfer the trophies on both sides of the trophy window. Okay. I'll collect all. Now, funny enough, that's one thing I do know is a new change, because you weren't able to do that before. That's a nice little touch. So let's have a look at the, hang on. Let's have a look at the inventory here. We've got 6 swords. Select. Are they all the same? Stub revolver. Dodge reduction 30, rate of fire 2. This is not better than what I've got. So, put that in the cargo. Okay, so these are exactly the same. Add to cargo. Alright. Miss Stroll. Oh yeah, carapace armor is actually the second most common type of armor in the Imperium. Used by all the elite branches of the basic troops of the various service organizations, it's passably decent. So I didn't know anyone outside of the Adeptus Astartes had access to carapace armor. But I'd like the more I'm learning though, it feels like the transmission goes the other way, if you like. So everything the Astartes have is an evolution of something that already exists for the Astra Militarum, for example. Yeah, so further to that point, for example, there is a type of power armor which can be used by high-ranking Imperial officers and nobility, but it's not on par with Space Marine power armor. Yeah. Very, very, very cool.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Right, onwards to the Navigator's Sanctum. Let's go. Zone map. Here is a diagram of your void ship. It consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time your character will gain access to them. Use right stick or up and down on D-pad to select the compartment you wish to go to and press A. Whoa.
I hear it here on the threshold of the blinded guide. Doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valentius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper. Its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me, Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are Von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Officers frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officers' deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officers' deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it! You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
You flinch at the seer's words. No doubt she's referring to the nightmares the torturers inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily as if steeling themselves once more for the inevitable pain. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Engine Seer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Hang on, let's just look at this point here. Charlotte, the Adeptus Astartes don't use carapace armor. It's a tier below power armor. Unfortunately, the name carapace is shared by both the weaker armor type and the mounting point for Space Marine power armor. Is that where I got confused then? The body glove that the Astartes wear, isn't that's called a carapace as well, isn't it? Not 100% certain. Definitely looks similar, just based on what we saw earlier. Can't access the inventory at the moment. I'll have a look again in a minute. Right, continue. We must see if the navigator as well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Idira has joined your party, which now consists of several characters. Their character selection menu allows you to switch between characters. Press and hold left trigger. While moving, all party members follow the character you have selected. If you wish to move only one character or leave a party member somewhere, you can separate that character from the party by pressing Y in the character selection menu. Okay.
I always have a backup plan. Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Right, hang on a second. I'm curious now. Bear with me. Armored body glove. Character wearing this armor reduces incoming damage, so it doesn't refer to it. Just there's a little tiny little picture of it there. And it just looks reminiscent of it. So yeah. Basically, your background experience with heretics, in addition to your earlier encounter with the traitors Conrad, drew you closer, ending up in a similar mental state to Adira here, than untouched. Yeah. I mean, I think it's still what fits the character. He would have been defiant to Conrad and not given in so easily, but it's definitely allowed something to happen, which is not ideal right now, has to be said.
Keep your wits about you.
The door does not budge. Clots of viscous flesh have entangled the metal, sealing the door shut. Okay. That's a navigator there.
Challenges make the spoils that much sweeter.
All of you will bleed!
Prepare for battle. Get your characters into position. Okay. Have a lot over here. Do I switch characters now, or do I just move the one character? Such a noob. Hello. Here we go. Just right bumper to select character. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Indeed. I'd rather not.
Okay, target is too far. Okay. I missed. End turn.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I've faced worse than this.
You can use a hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended actions in combat before taking them. Select a cell on the battlefield and press A to place the character's hologram there. Select an ability or a single shot attack to see the expected outcome. The action will be displayed as if you used one hologram's location to let you assess whether you've picked an effective position for the action you are planning to take. The hologram also lets you see if the enemy will be within your line of sight after you move to the selected cell. Press A again to confirm your choice and execute the selected action. Press B to cancel it. Okay.
Another enemy down.
Okay. That's all we need to do for now.
I serve the ruinous power.
Deer is a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, and her psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies the exploit effect to all enemies within the operative's line of sight at the start of each of the operative's turns. The operative can also use this ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of this effect. The higher the operative's intelligence bonuses, the more exploit stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the operative hits a target with an exploit applied to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on the target's number of exploit stacks in the operative's perception. Expose weakness is an operative ability which I can use against a single enemy who's under the exploit effect. This ability reduces the enemy's dodge, parry, and armor. The amount of reduction depends on the number of active exploits on the enemy and the operative's perception. Okay. Adira is armed with a special staff that allows the Psyker to unleash psychic powers against enemies. In the future, you will encounter staves that only a Psyker versed in a certain discipline can use. For example, you might find a staff that lets a Psyker use Inferno, but to do so, they must first have the Pyromancy psychic discipline learned. Right. To get within range of someone.
I know what is to come.
Okay.
Anything else? Well.
Nice. Okay.
Will do.
A tactically sound approach. I'm not interested. Someone else can do this.
Oh, damn. Misused that. Shit.
I will do my duty.
I know we did.
Clear a target.
Here we go.
Get within line of sight of him, maybe. I hope this finishes him off, because otherwise I'm going to be in trouble.
I'll see to it.
Oh yeah, we're right. We are in story mode after all. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exists through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound healthy at all. Miss Shaw, I hate to admit it, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't at all glad you'd spent a while on the character creator and the stage setting early dialogues of the prologue, as it gave you more time to get here. More than welcome. Quite honestly, I could have spent a couple of hours doing that. I would have just kept poring over it. So, Space Marines do wear a body glove underneath their power armor, but the black carapace was surgically attached to the spine in the old lore. Your current body glove is more like ODST armor from Halo. Okay, right, copy, understood. Right, let's crack on.
I believe Master Pathfinder still lives. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Your time is short.
The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. The voice is coming from the Vox grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Suddenly, the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back onto the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous, screaming, mouth-like pits.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Adira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye.
The strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
I want to help you. Tell me how.
Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on. And wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation. So, run. Run.
Who torments you?
The urge.
Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, the shell will burst, and thousands of Moors will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods.
What is that supposed to mean? Each word rings through your head like the tolling of a bell, as if countless voices have joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment you lose your bearings. This unholy chorus must be trying to confound you with sounds not meant for this world.
A rite. A sacrifice offered. Oh. My heart tells me that Kunrad was not deterred by his defeat in the warrant chamber.
Mr. I'll basically legally distinct Dune Navigator. Yeah. I was there. I'm right there with you. You can expect psychers to not be uncommon amongst your enemies, as they don't fear corruption as much. Also, greater mutations usually means more corruption. Yeah.
What? Kunrad betrayed Lady Theodora? Oh, but how is that? How? He was as loyal as a dog. And I didn't hear a thing, I swear.
The footfalls of the bringer of twilight are veiled by the will of his masters. Tear out your eyes. See who is to become the champion's servant, for you need them no longer.
Abelard, the Navigator, is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servos gold relayed to us earlier.
Pathfinders, good luck. And thank you.
The Navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static, interspersed with distinct echoes of otherworldly laughter.
I always keep my options open.
Before we flee the Navigator's chambers, we're going to grab all the loot. It sounds like a mid-rank demon is trying to use the Navigator's body as a host to emerge into the materium, like the eruption of a chestburster from Aliens, except from the head instead of the torso. Yeah. Neither of which are particularly appealing options. Let's... Scrappy autogun, two-handed ranged weapon, light, 3 to 5 damage, 5% armor penetration. Cargo. That cargo. How do I give this to Idira? Or if I switch to Idira, is it in the inventory for all of us? And yes, that is a fate all psychers have to fear, and one of the reasons they're traditionally shunned in the lore. Yeah. Well, higher risk of turning into some sort of possessed demon monster is... Yeah. I got it. I caught it. Hang on, bear with me.
Did I mention that my whispers
Figuring out the mechanics of this game still. Oh, yeah.
jokes that once said aloud make your eyes bleed and blood curdle. Talk about black comedy.
Okay, so this is on a par with what she's got already. So we'll just add that to cargo as well.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Add to cargo. Okay. How do I see what's in my cargo here?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
What? All right, hang on. No. Hang on, I'm trying to remember how we switched decks. Although, luckily, I hadn't picked up everything.
Let us not dawdle.
Yes. How may I serve the dynasty?
Oh, we can get around that. That's my bad. Look, it's easy to get lost in the grim dark future, alright? We don't want to go to the warrant chamber. We want to go to the officer's deck.
Ship's as good as ours! It's all over for you!
I shall pity not your enemies.
Oh, it's a sister. Yeah, come on.
Please.
Somebody shoot these men!
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not
without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My god. My light. My emperor.
Sister of Battle. Argenta, the white-haired warrior, turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop, and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you. That doesn't seem very welcoming. Sharp, not turning into you so much as being hatched from, the demon host suffers greatly before being killed in the process. The demon's consciousness is entirely its own, its body grown by its warped powers. Okay. The accounts I've seen and read about so far in various books at the moment are been, yeah, suitably horrific.
Sister Argenta. Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face. It is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Malachi von Valancius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. Ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I am no traitor, sister. You can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
What's happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
Charles, notably, she uses a type of carapace armor unique to the Adeptus Sororitas, which is a sore point for me in the other early fancies, as the early teaser artwork looked like a power armor variant instead. She's got a power pack, like the sisters have a power pack as well though. So is it not a combination of the two? I mean, we can see it there. Hang on, how do I... Options, no. I don't think I can adjust. Might need to move the camera a little bit closer once we get out of the dialogue.
follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
The crew need more powerful weapons. Maybe something can be found on the officer's deck. Well, her bolt gun will certainly be a welcome addition, that's for sure. Also, what weapons did he pick up from the earlier fight in the navigator's chamber? 2 of them looked like auto guns. Yeah, they were, but they also looked like they were weaker than the sidearm that I had. But I can't figure out.
I will lead us to fortune.
Oh yeah, see, now we've got Sister Argenta as well.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
See, this is brilliant. This is the kind of thing where we can actually look and find out information. Mesh chestplate, medium. Armor 25%, dodge penalty. Character wearing this armor, blah 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 blah. Okay. I call that a mesh chestplate. Unfading Valor, 2-handed ranged weapon light, 6 to 10 damage. What does this do by comparison? Yeah, it does less. 15% armor penetration though. Blaze damage, 2 damage, strike, plus 1 AP, swing. Yeah, you can see what I mean. They kept the same design, which looks for all the Galaxy like it should be a power armor variant, but officially, air quotes, it's claimed to be just a carapace armored tier variant. Okay. See, that's where I didn't know that as well, because you see the power pack on a few different characters as well. It's always assumed that if they were wearing a power pack, it meant they were wearing some form of some variant of power armor. Don't quite know how to look at my cargo at the moment, which is a little bit of a concern. But anyway, add to cargo. Add to cargo.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, here we go. I think what you might be missing here is that all stub guns, except for the heavy stubber, are single shot, while the auto guns should allow for burst fire attacks, multiplying their total damage. Yeah, okay, noted. It's a good point. You have received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your equipment, hold right trigger. Select the inventory icon on the menu, then release right trigger. Equip the new item to weapon slot by selecting the weapons icon in the party inventory with D-pad, then press A. You can also equip items for select. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Alright. Trigger. Oh, I think this is well-maintained stub revolver, one-handed ranged weapon. Is this meant for, like, does it matter who uses it though? Let me check. Oh no, hang on. I wonder, there's a, what does a little cross next to it mean? Oh yeah, there we go. Rate of fire. So she's got a rate of fire of 6. And then rate of fire of 4 on her ranged weapon. Okay. And then rate of fire is 2. Range 6, maximum 12. This one's a little bit of an upgrade to this. I mean, I might as well do that. Why isn't it equipping it? Yeah. Equip. Right, okay, good. Wasn't entirely clear to me whether it had actually done it then.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
How do I check? So now I've possibly put some weapons in the cargo. Yeah, I was doing A to equip, and then it just didn't seem like it was doing it. And then I went back to... It was showing both of the weapons as the same weapon. I think we've got it now.
I'm restless.
I know how to take risks.
Yeah, okay. That's the better one. Context menu. That's the cargo. Some other stuff there as well. What happened to it?
Keep your eye on the price. I have a nose.
Yes. How may I serve the dynasty?
Did you want some?
I will lead us to fortune.
Cargo's here. Scrappy auto gun. Yeah, maybe not. Las pistol, rate of fire, 6-8 damage. No. Low capacity fuel tanks. Okay, that's what we got earlier. Void sweat ale. Void sweat ale? What is that? What is that? Bat meal cakes? I mean, that's like food and drink, but that doesn't sound good. Void sweat ale does not sound good. Crate of trank injectors, maglev impeller, 20% celery, something processed there. Just grab everything and see what we can do.
I know how to take risks. Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Nothing. Okay, everything's goody goodies. Also, the main advantage of las guns of all types are their ammo efficiency rather than sheer damage per shot. Their recoil should also be minimal. You'll see why they're so popular once you use one. Is it because they have a somewhat disintegrating effect? Is there any more goodies on here? No. What's this? Generates hum softly when you draw close, your skin begins to tingle from static discharges. Okay. Assume it's a random exotic food name like in all sci-fi. Well, I hope that's all it is.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Ne'er a truer word was spoken.
To arms! Surrender to the dark powers!
Are we actually in any cover here? Can we actually get to any cover here? Abelard there, but don't know why it's not letting me do that. Argenta is a warrior that adapted to Sororitas and a soldier. She's an expert with burst range weapons and weapons that'll deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strength is her mobility in combat. Run and gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces their cost of their next attack by 1 action point. The soldier will also suffer a minus 10 penalty for ballistic skill. This attack. with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one. Revel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used once for each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single battle. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, critical chance of critical damage. This effect stacks and lasts until the end of combat. That sounds very cool. Certain types of weapons let you make burst attacks. When performing a melee burst attack, the character makes several strikes against a single target. First strike hits the target, all subsequent strikes automatically hit. First strike is dodged or parried, all subsequent strikes automatically dodged or parried. When performing a ranged burst attack, the character fires several successive shots with different trajectories. Most of these shots are concentrated in the center of the selected attack cone. Therefore, the more enemies there are in the center of this area, the more of them will be damaged if the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from the central line. Burst shots are particularly effective against clusters of enemies. Be careful, burst shots can hit allies. Friendly fire is on if they are standing in the direction of the attack. Okay. Also good to know. Clear lines of fire.
Guided by faith. You can escape the Emperor's justice.
Oh, nailed. Beautiful. Oh, but I should have done run and gun because I'm an idiot. Okay, but anyway, all right, we'll let that one pass.
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
Characters just landed a critical hit that deals increased damage equal to the character's critical damage stat. Character's critical damage is 150% of their normal damage by default. However, certain talents and effects and abilities can increase it. Certain weapons have their own damage, critical damage that was added to the character's status stat by the attack. Okay, fine.
Chaos guides me.
What is this foreboding?
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
More of them turning up to the party.
Death to the weak. Out of my way.
I am your doom.
Full and partial covers give you the opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Full cover, indicated by a skull on the shield, reduces the chance to be hit by 60%. Partial cover reduces it by 35%. At the same time, the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Some cover can be destroyed by melee attacks, area attacks, and other abilities. Destructible cover has a durability bar above it. Single shot can penetrate through any cover. Okay.
Who if not me? I'll make it happen. On it.
I serve the ruinous power. Stop it!
Let's put you
I
here.
will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
You will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Faith without deeds.
Oh, I was oh. Well, crap. Okay.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. One fewer target.
Psychic Shriek costs 1 creature within 12 cell radius. Deals from 7 to 16 damage to the target. That's a buff. One enemy creature, analyze enemies. I'm assuming I've probably got to be careful about using warp powers as well. There's one up there. There is.
But of course, the best fall. Leave her to rot.
Nice.
Temporary setback. It's as good as done.
Twice I've done that. Once a character has suffered a certain number of injuries, the injuries are replaced with a trauma. Make use of medikits in time to treat injuries to avoid characters suffering traumas. Removing traumas is a more difficult task. They can only be healed by resting on the ship or in certain other places suitable for rest. Yeah.
Who if not me?
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Uh-oh.
I'll do it.
My ears are ringing. that's not the Seneschal's job. Indeed.
To the brink of agony.
Chaos guides me.
Finally got rid of that one.
Don't you die on me now!
Yeah, Avalon is not in a good way.
I'm enraged.
Don't you dare leave us now.
Holy shit. Yeah, I probably should have had it taken out ASAP. Now I'm in real trouble. Like, everyone's dead.
I'll see to it.
Embrace excess. Spurn monotony.
Ow. Ow.
God may be down, but I'm not out.
Journey is over. Load last save. Well, that was unfortunate. This game's rules are highly similar to the XCOM reboot series of tactical squad command games, which is also used by the earlier W40K title, wherein you play as Grey Knights against Nurgle's forces. The Chaos Gate. Got that as well, actually, by the way. We also picked up Mechanicus recently. And Necromunda. Been busy on it. Hi Zoe Foster, sorry I only just saw your messages there. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We're having a bit of a moment here. It's a demonette of Slanesh, her basic demonic troop type, most like Khorne's berserkers. You should probably have the Sisters of Battle take her out ASAP. Yeah. Trying to rethink this a bit. Yeah, Genta out here. We'll get right here. Next complete.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated.
I find it
That's
hard to
better.
believe in
That's
second
better right there.
chances.
Yeah, since your team by and large aren't specialist demon hunters, if you see a demon amongst the enemy's ranks, you should probably focus fire on whatever you're facing till the threat is dealt with. Yes. Don't know why she's got all the med packs. Don't know how that happened. I should probably equip one. Choose item. Able to change equipment in combat. So we're just stuck with it as is. Alright, we'll go here.
My place is at the fore.
And then C. Target is too far. Okay.
Death to non-believers!
They who discern the future on the battlefield. On it. My patience has failed me.
I serve the ruinous powers! Chaos guides me!
Such is the will of chaos. Crush the feeble.
Put in partial covers. Yep. Why is this pistol not doing any damage? Get our gent over here.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Was that the demonettes? That's nice, like a crystal. They have to be something like all demons, so that's an enemy heavy hitter down. And the requisite resources gone, depending on the game. Yeah.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Relying heavily on Argenta at the moment.
I will do my duty.
Death to the weak!
do.
I parried it. Filth.
Out of my way! I've faced worse than this.
The Emperor will be undone.
Trying to focus on getting like guaranteed.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh damn! I was about to say. I was trying to focus on getting guaranteed kills. Well, I didn't get one.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
All right, good. Right, that one we got.
I know what is to come.
I hear that. Stub revolvers are spit unwieldy and hard to hit with, which tends to hold true in their video game implementations. Probably translating into a low accuracy to hit chance here, more misses. Yeah.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Okay, if I hit things with this... what is it? Hang on. Chains up to 4 targets within a 3-cell radius, dealing 12 damage to each. So if I'm within 3 cells of whatever I'm hitting, I will take damage to myself. That's how Idira got hurt just now, earlier. Right, I need to remember that. Cursed powers of the warp. We cut her off if we need to.
I'll make it happen.
Yeah, it's somehow worse.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Dug in like a tick. Think still puts her out of range. Yeah. It's a good reason why I was steering you towards that last post you picked up earlier. You should have the highest hit chance out of what you have now. Likewise, afford you far more chances. Yeah, noted. 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 Good advice. Good advice. Good tips. Good tips. Okay.
What is this foreboding?
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on. Yeah, see, I knew this mechanic was here. Veil degradation. So this bar here is highlighted on the top left above our middle skill bar here. When Psychers reach deeper into the water to power their abilities, there is always a chance of the Imperium bleeding into our reality. A factor that is invariably destructive and damaging. At the beginning of combat, Veil degradation usually starts at 0. Veil degradation increases by 1 for each use of a minor psychic power and by 3 for each use of a major psychic power. It decreases by 1 each round. Okay, right, good.
But of course.
Still doesn't mean we can't zippity zap him.
I always have a backup plan.
Uh-huh. Is that everything? What's this? Oh, that's better. Keep the camera around there or somewhere. Sort of getting towards the end of the session today.
Is there money to be made?
The Emperor protects. I'm just kind of seeing if I can loot your bodies for loot, if I'm being honest, gents. Collect all. Electrified shard net, engraved flask. This is such a freaking experience for me. Feeling totally overwhelmed and absorbed and immersed all at the same time. Deck and force it. Yeah, I knew they had to have this mechanic implemented somehow. It wouldn't be Warhammer 40k psychic powers. This is why most psychics have a pistol equipped in addition to a staff if the game allows it. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Set icons, voice. Aren't I just stealing from myself essentially here? I'm assuming this is going to be my ship at some point. But also just sort of wandering around and seeing that there's loot to be found and the like. Machine Spirit Vaultlet. Belly chain wheels. Set of icons.
My whispers crave entertainment.
Multi-key. Universal lock-picking tool provides an additional opportunity to open a lock. Set of sacred oils and Hodgetograms that can appease the keeper of any technology, provides an additional opportunity to call out machine spirit and interact with the device and an expendable item. Scrappy auto gun. Rate of fire 4, range 8. Okay. Swords.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
So I'm glad I made it here in time to be at least somewhat helpful once the action started getting intense. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm glad. We're always glad when you're here, Miss Joe.
It won't open. The damned heretics have blocked the door, trembling at the thought of our approach.
Damn those heretics.
There's probably one around here somewhere.
Melter charge. Is there one around here somewhere? Gotta be through this room. We got to wrap up pretty much on time today, so I'm gonna try and.
Yes. How may I serve their dynasty? Should I divine our next step?
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Your character is about to make a logic skill test. In dialogue and during exploration, you often make various skill tests, and the result might determine how successful your character's efforts are. Make hidden dialogue options appear or reveal new information. The success of the test is determined by rolling a 100-sided die, which all of us have IRL, of course. So say side rooms by opening their doors. Yep, that's where I'm at. Just checking to see if there was anything else before we did that. The higher a character's skills score, the easier it is for them to succeed on tests. Skill scores depend on the character's respective characteristic scores, skill advancements on level ups, and any bonuses the character might offer. To succeed on various tests during gameplay, develop different skills for your character and their companions. Nice.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Yeah. Rise to the top or get left in the dust in a slightly northern accent. If there isn't one, we'll just create one. We can save game at any point. We can save scum it. Your trophies will packed as cargo. Okay. What's this? Operator's gloves. The wearer gains a +3 bonus to tech use. Melter charge. Explosive device suitable for eliminating flimsy obstacles. Yeah. Also good for closing Tyrannid spawn points. In a different game. Looks like cargo and inventory are separate. Yeah, they are. So the problem I can't, or maybe I haven't quite figured it out yet, is if I don't have something in my inventory, I can shift it to my cargo, but then I can't check my cargo at will and pull things back into the inventory. So I might need to be picking when I send things to cargo, if that makes sense.
Let us not dawdle.
See, now I don't know. Don't know. I don't know.
That's how it's done.
Restore the power supply. It's the other option. No need for melter charges. Just switch the power back on. Seems like important items should be kept in inventory. Yeah. Well, see, my major problem really right now is that I know nothing. But we will figure this out. my major thing that I'm very pleased with this. I've had a very we do still need the demo charger, so we've had a very good time with this. Right, let's just do this next bit just quickly and see where we're up to. Who?
Never doubt me.
Alright, we're through. And they're all leveled up. Leveling up. Remember to advance the level of your character and their companions. They always receive new abilities and talents and improve their skills and characteristics. When a character is ready to advance to the next level, a corresponding option will appear. Alright, we got through. Right. Let's be sensible about this, because I know me, and I know that I could just end up going on forever and ever in this game right now. I'm very pleased to say that I've been enjoying this a hell of a whole lot, though. It's very, very cool, and especially now that I'm a bit more familiar with a lot of, a lot more of some of the Warhammer 40k universe. It really is helping flesh out a lot of other things as well, which is exactly what I was looking for in this game. Genuine delight. Right. So tomorrow, the rest of the week's schedule, as it is at the moment, is still Battlefield 6 tomorrow. Might change to Dark Tide to look at the new Hive Scum DLC. But because we've had a expenditure that we weren't expecting this week, we might have to hold off on that for a little while, but we'll see. I'll figure it out tomorrow. At the moment, we're scheduled for Battlefield 6. There will be a Battlefield 6 stream this week, come hell or high water. If we do Dark Tide tomorrow, Battlefield 6 will shift to Friday. And then we'll go from there. So tomorrow, Battlefield 6 or Dark Tide, one or the other. At the moment, Battlefield 6. And then Thursday, we're scheduled for Space Marine 2. Because we still got a ton of heroic weapons to unlock in that, plus some cosmetics, plus figuring out some of the new changes and builds and all that kind of stuff as well. Plus, I just love it, and it's a very good time. So we'll see how we go with that one. Okay, right. When we come back to this, which should be Monday next week, and hopefully on the new channel. Hellfire 506 VOD on YouTube. I'm remembering to save it now. Thank you, Miss Joel. Just before I go. Save game. Oh yeah, that's the previous one. That's the little playthrough I had in June, no less. Save it. I'll be happy to help fill things in, but it's all older lore that may or may not still apply, which is entirely in keeping with the character of W40k. Well, yeah, that's also good to know. We will take it as is. Save game. Rename save. Right. Oh, I can. So I can type on my keyboard here. There we go. All those characters I can have as well. I've had a very good time today. Mr. Giles' question. Is that the old Hellfire 506 Clips channel just repurposed and renamed? It is not. And the reason it is not is because I wasn't sure if at any point I might need the Hellfire 506 Clips channel for stuff. Because I know how fickle and troublesome YouTube can be. So we'll see how we go. But yeah, no, it's a Hellfire 506 VOD is a completely brand new channel. And specifically dedicated to live streaming anything any and all things related to Warhammer 40k. So it should give us a bit more flexibility on that front. Also frees up the Pathfinders channel again a bit more. So we'll see. I may even get it up and running for this Thursday. I doubt it though, but I'll try. Then obviously all the Space Marine 2 streams, everything related to Warhammer 40k will go there, and then we can just have a bit more breathing room on that. I know how the algorithms work a lot more for each of the different platforms, and if you intermingle stuff, they all end up upsetting each other, which is really frustrating. But I mean, that's the lesson we learned for the first 2 years that we were getting the channels up and running. But it is what it is. All right, I'm gonna love you and leave you there. We're gonna wrap up for today. I've got some other stuff to be getting on with as well. Fair enough. So Hellfire 506 VOD is for Warhammer 40k live streams, but other games live streams will still be on this channel, right? Yes, they will be. And I feel like this channel will be a bit, well, it was always intended to be and will be a bit more laissez-faire. I was wondering whether or not I need to set up support channels for the Pathfinders, and then I realized that every time you are just increasing the amount of work you do every time you set up an extra new channel, which is just not tenable either. And Pathfinders was meant to be a channel where we can do any and all things with the rest of the guys as well. And you know, if it grows the channel, it grows the channel, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. That's just, we have to wait for the algorithm to catch up to us. I actually figured out why that is on YouTube. I'll have to explain it another time. All good, all good. Yeah, so I mean, like for example, we of course will continue to play Battlefield 6 on this channel, but there'll be things like Outer Worlds 2. Helldivers is just about to receive an update as well, so we might work that into the mix. Really, the main thing is about where I, as being the main producer for all of it, how my time factors into all of it. But at the very least, it should be one stream on this channel, one stream on Hellfire 506 VOD, and then the rest of the week can be determined by what's happening any given week, and we can adjust it as much, but then it doesn't overlap with each other too much in the sense of upsetting algorithms and all that kind of stuff as well. So we'll see how we go. Anyhow, thank you for anybody who stopped by to hang, chill and chat today. As always, very much appreciated. Miss Jarl, thank you very much for your input. As always, it's always very valuable and insightful. Please, please, please remind me to level up my characters next time we get onto this, because that's what those big yellow buttons at the top mean. We'll pick this up again, should be next Monday. We'll be back tomorrow with Battlefield 6, maybe Darktide, but we'll see how we go. Until then, thank you everyone for watching. Stay frosty, be very good to each other. We'll catch you on the next one. Cheers for now.